Our Sox opened the season in Kansas City and were not at their best because a 3-game sweep at the hands of the defending American League champs showed the Sox they had some work to do. Since then, our Sox have won 6 out of 11 and are looking forward to this weekend's rematch. Chris Sale missed that opening series, and the Sox will look to their ace to exact some royal revenge next, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. We are coming to you from the city beautiful Chicago, Illinois, where tonight Comcast Sportsnet presents White Sox baseball. It's Jose Abreu, Avi Garcia, Alexei Ramirez, and our Sox as they get set to butt heads with the defending American League champion Kansas City Royals. Hi, everybody, and welcome. With Steve Stone, I'm Ken Harrelson. As we get set to bring you the first of this big 4-game set. As you know, we took 2 out of 3. The rubber match yesterday, Jeff Samardzija was just outstanding. But we opened up the season in Kansas City, and we did not do well. And, of course, Chris Sale was not with us.
That was a pretty tough series. And when you look at the numbers in Kansas City, you can realize how we got swept. Kansas City scored 21 runs, 3 times what we scored. The batting average, as you can see, 343 to 207. Hit the ball out of the park more frequently, which is surprising for them. ERA-wise, well, no contest at all, and strikeouts to walks, as you can see, in favor of the Royals. But Chris Sale didn't pitch in that series, and he's our number 1 starter. He is going to pitch in this one, and he's going against their number 1. Sale's thrown the ball great since coming back off the disabled list, and you look at the ace of the Royals, it's Giordano Ventura. Now, in 2 of his starts, he came out due to cramps. This start, he came out due to getting the heave-ho after hitting Brett Lowry. So Ventura, 23, he was told by his teammates to show a little composure. As you can see, head up, Chris Sale, 7-8 lifetime, but a fine ERA. Ventura, on the other hand, 2-2 lifetime, but the Sox offense has gotten him more times than not. It's going to be a terrific pitchers matchup in this, the first of a 4-game series, and we got to make it a real good homestand by winning this one.
Well, it's going to be a different lineup because these guys have more home runs than we do. And anytime you'd say Kansas City has more home runs than us, that means they're playing pretty well.
They retooled the offense. This was an offense that can run. They can still run. This is an offense that could catch the ball. They can still catch the ball. But take a look at last year. Runs, way up. Batting average, way up. Home runs, well, they're dwarfing what they hit last year. On-base percentage, much better. They've got a new 1 and 2 in Escobar and Moustakas. The rest of it, they even have improved on the stolen bases. This Kansas City team is for real. Now Wade Davis is their closer. Holland's on the disabled list, but the bullpen has not missed a beat.
All right, sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way.
runs against Corey Kluber. They beat Kluber for the first time since August 27th of last year. White Sox have scored 6 runs versus the Cy Young Award winners the previous season. And there's a look at it. Corey Kluber yesterday gave up 6 earned runs. R.A. Dickey, 7 earned runs back in 2013. Zach Greinke, 6 earned runs back in 2010 with Cliff Lee, 7 earned runs back in 2009, and Johan Santana, the year after winning the Cy Young Award. The Sox tacked 6 on him back in 2007. So they have a strong history against guys who are very good pitchers, and yesterday they absolutely clobbered Corey Kluber. We'll be back with the lineups in the first pitch after a break.
Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Audi, truth in engineering. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And by Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back to beautiful U.S. Cellular Field. It's actually gotten warmer in the past hour. It's up to 50 degrees at game time. Still a little chilly down on the field, and wind very much a factor as it's whipping around. So let's take a look at how Ned Yost is going to line up his defending American League champion Kansas City Royals. Mercedes Escobar in the number 1 spot. He's had a good go of it against Chris Sale. That's Mike Moustakas, Lorenzo Cain, Eric Hosmer, Kendrys Morales, the designated hitter, with Alex Gordon, Salvador Perez, Paulo Orlando, and Christian Colon rounding it out. The defense and how they'll line up behind Chris Sale, left to right, Melky Cabrera, Adam Eaton, Aviseo Garcia in the outfield, with Connor Gillespie, Alexi Ramirez, Micah Johnson, and Jose Abreu in the infield. Tyler Flowers gets a nod behind the plate, and our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is Chris Sale. This is his 3rd start of the year. He's 2-0, ERA 2.25. As you can see, just 2 walks with 14 strikeouts. Left-handers, surprisingly, with a better batting average than right-handers. I don't think that's going to hold up very long in his season totals, but since coming back off the DL, he's throwing a whole lot of strikes. The umpires for the game tonight: Sam Holbrook behind the plate. Tim Timmons is at first. Tim Welke, the crew chief, at second. And Mike Everett is at third. So they've thrown the ball around the infield, which means we're ready to play baseball. And I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
All right, Steve, thank you. And once again, good afternoon and good evening. And welcome to White Sox baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet. So happy you could join us for the first of this big 4-game series. Alcides Escobar will lead it off. Very fine shortstop. Comes in hitting at 327, and he takes ball 1. He's had some pretty good success against Chris. He's 18 for 45. The Royals come in with a 303 team average. Ball hit well into right center field, but we got a man there. So 1 out.
You love to see speedsters and guys who don't hit a lot of home runs hit the ball in the air. And that's exactly what Escobar did against Chris Sale the first time up. He's not going to be able to reach the fence opposite field. He'll occasionally pull one out of the park, but get him going the other way, you'll love to see fly balls.
Now Sox going to put the shift on for Mike Moustakas, with Connor Gillespie moving out into short right field. First pitch strike. Moustakas comes in hitting at 305. 3 homers. He's driven in 5.
And he hit his lone opposite field home run against our ball club in Kansas City. The only time he's ever hit a home run opposite way.
On 1 pitch.
This one diving well out of the zone, and Chris Sale is going to get those kind of swings with left-handers for sure, and occasionally right-handers.
There's a bullet. So that one was a breaking ball, but it was a good one to hit. Hit it well, he did.
Dale Swaim was a man that thought it would be a good idea to put Moustakas in the 2 spot. Dale is the hitting coach of the Royals. He figured Moustakas, not trying to hit home runs with the responsibility of a 2-hitter, would probably hit more home runs and be a factor. He has been a factor this year, and there's a look at Dale, the former Cub manager. He's also a hitting coach in Milwaukee under Ned Yost.
Here's Lorenzo Cain hitting at 377. High pop up. 377, a couple of homers. He's driven in 12, and he just makes playing center field a joy to watch.
He gets unbelievable breaks. He's very fast. He's stolen 5 bases this year if you let him get on. Only been caught 1 time. And he appears to be getting better with each and every game.
Well, he reminds me a lot of Adam Jones. There's a base hit back through the middle. You can see Adam Jones and a guy like Michael Brantley from Cleveland. You can see these kids come in. You can see them start to develop. You can see them start to get better and better and better. And certainly Cain is in that category.
Cain was a good player with Milwaukee. That's in fact how he got to Kansas City in a trade for Zach Greinke. He was part of that deal that's consistently paid dividends for the Royals.
That'll bring up the first baseman, the cleanup hitter, Hosmer, hitting at 315. I mentioned they're hitting 303 as a club. Escobar 327, Moustakas at 305 coming in, Cain at 377, Hosmer 315, Morales at 328, Perez at 345. Did not go on the count. 2-0.
He peeled to Mike Everett at third. Umpires, as you would expect, all bundled up. But now Chris is in a hole. That was a pretty good pitch. And if he doesn't get that one, and I think Tyler Flowers is asking Sam Holbrook, how's that not a strike? Take a look at the Menards pitch tracks. Let her high and it's in the zone.
Well, that's hard to miss right there, but he missed it. give back. Yes, he did. So a full count.
Well, he chased one out of the zone, and Chris Sale has what's termed a chase percentage 42% of the time. This ball's low and away. Hosmer couldn't check his swing. The reason why the chase percentage is so important, and Chris is #1 in baseball in that department, is because it's hard to get these guys out in the strike zone. But guys against Chris Sale will consistently go out of the strike zone with swings.
He walks him, and that'll load him up with one out. Well, they're coming in with so many categories today. The chase, which is legitimate. Usually, if you see a guy who's leading the league or baseball and having hitters chase, you'll see usually the best stuff around.
Yeah, I mean, that's what really makes it. Guys can't pick up exactly where the ball's going to be. They commit. By the time they commit, the ball is low and out of the zone or up and out of the zone, and that's why Chris is as good as he is. So Ned Yost, looking on, loves the fact that he's got the bases loaded with Royals. However, he's got an inviting double play target in Kendrys Morales because he cannot run.
Morales, a couple of homers, 9 RBIs, and there's a base hit in the center field. So Kane's going to try to score here. Throw cut off, and it's quickly 2-0 Kansas City. Morales is a big addition to this ball club.
"11 runs driven in as Morales takes a low fastball and takes it right back up the middle. So an ominous beginning for Chris Sale.
Well, if Holbrook's not going to call a high strike and he's going to call the strike as low like he did on Hosmer, it's going to make it tougher on both these guys tonight, because it's a lot easier to get to Chris Sale's fastball and Ventura's fastball down low than it is up high. Gordon, Alex, at 231, a homer. He's driven in 5.
Straight change lefty to lefty, something you don't see often, but Chris feels very comfortable with his, and he was able to get the called strike.
And get away with a mistake. One and two the count. He gone. 2 down.
That was a very good fastball, low and away in the zone at 98 miles an hour. Chris didn't want to have to go to the well quite this early, but he's reaching back and getting a little something extra to get out of this jam with just the 2 he's given up.
So here's Salvador Perez hitting at 345, 3 homers, and he's knocked in 12. First pitch strike. Great distribution of RBIs in this lineup. Kane with 12, Hosmer with 9, Morales with 11, Perez with 12.
They could always run, and now they're running in not a real good sign for their foes. They're hitting the ball out of the ballpark.
That's high in center field. That's a can of corn, but they're going to pick up a couple. And we'll go to the bottom of the first. It is 2-0 Royals.
Cabrera, Jose Abreu, Adam LaRoche, Avisail Garcia, Connor Gillespie, Alexi Ramirez, Tyler Flowers, and Micah Johnson, who's been on a 5-game hitting streak and starting to hit the ball on the ground to take advantage of that great speed. The defense is Gordon Kane and Orlando in the outfield, with Moustakas, Escobar, Colon, and Hosmer in the infield. Very talented Salvi Perez behind the plate, and our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Yordano Ventura. He's had 3 starts. One he left with a hand cramp. That was against us, and he won that one. Once he left with a calf cramp, and once he was thrown out in the 4th inning after hitting Brent Lowry following a 3-run homer. So he's only gone 15 innings in 3 starts, but this is a very talented young pitcher.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours. First pitch. Misses 1-0 the count. Count evens.
Ventura doesn't throw many straight changes, but he does have 2 speeds of curveball and a huge fastball.
That one at 96. Easy 96. That'll be a souvenir over our dugout. Just did get a piece of that one at 96. Samana in the Dominican Republic.
Had a terrific rookie year last year. 14-10 for these Royals. He served notice that he's going to be around at the top of the rotation for quite some time.
One out. And with one out, let's check out our picks to click. And Joe, our director and crew. Adam, Steve again is going with Cabrera. And I want to stay with Jeff Shear and all the great folks at Ditka's. So we're going to go with Adam Eaton. So here's Cabrera. Hitting at 293. No homers. He's driven in 4. Escobar's got it. 2 down.
Escobar stayed right down on that ground ball, and when you get the hands down, you can come up with the hop, and that's exactly what happened. He's in perfect position. Wasn't the truest of hops, but if you're in front of it, it doesn't matter very much if you've got good hands, and Escobar has great hands.
Well, probably the 2 best shortstops in the league, maybe in all of baseball in this game tonight.
They're both exceptional. They both have great arms and a lot of range.
That fastball at 95 to Abreu. Jose 1 for 5 against Ventura. Comes in at 291, 5 homers and 12 driven in. A lot of top spin, but Escobar with that gun of his, and a 1-2-3 inning after one of his 2-0 KC. Game 4 playoff matchup with the Bucks. So coverage begins at 4 p.m. on Comcast Sportsnet. Paulo Orlando, the right fielder. Of course, Alex Rios was a big part of them getting off to a fast start. He was hitting .321 with 8 RBIs in just the 7 games before he fractured his hand.
And Orlando's done a nice job coming off the bench, especially against the left-handers. This is where Alex Rios suffered a broken finger. And they figure he's going to be lost to the team for about 6 weeks.
One pitch. Paulo is actually an Alex Rios lookalike, stature-wise.
And he's got great speed.
Well, we had him. He was in our organization. He can run. There's no question about that.
Orlando has 5 triples this year, which is amazing. 5 triples. He's played 9 games, covering 33 at bats. That is a pretty good start.
The 1-2 delivery. And that's up the middle. Alexei now with the speed of Orlando. That'll be an infield hit.
Orlando's going to put the bat on the ball. And it certainly helps deep in the count if you can make contact. He's been able to do that this year, especially against the left-handers. And Alexei does the best he can, and realizing that only thing you can do now is throw it away, especially with the speed of Orlando.
Christian Colon, 25-year-old infielder, hitting at .263. Orlando is 1 for 1 in stolen bases. Kansas City is 15 for 17 in that category.
They could run last year. They're running actually more this year. But it's hitting the ball out of the ballpark that surprised everybody. Last year, Colon in 3 separate stints with the Royals, hoping he can stick around a while.
Bit of a gap out there in right center, and here at the ballpark, 330 down the left field line, 335 down the right field line, 375 in the gap, and 400 straight away center.
Good straight change, had Colon well out in front of it as that ball dipped out of the zone.
High foul ball. A lot of day games today. Change up misses. 10 innings. Giants beat the Dodgers 3-2. They swept them. Cardinals beat Washington 4-1 in D.C. Rockies 2-1 over San Diego and Denver. There he goes. And that pitch is fouled away. Milwaukee doubled up Cincinnati 4-2 at Miller Park. Mets doubled up the Braves 6-3. Bartolo Colon 4-0.
Mets have won 10 straight games coming into action today. So, what a start for them.
11 in a row.
It's pretty amazing. They've opened up a 4.5 game lead over Atlanta with that victory today.
Marlins beat the Phillies 9-1 at Citizens Bank. And Pirates came back to beat the Cubs 5-4 at PNC. Also in Detroit, Yankees beat the Tigers 2-1. Two and two the count.
Well, the Yankees envisioned Betances to be their closer. Andrew Miller has taken over, closed his 6th game. Betances got the win. He's 3-0. It's a pretty good combination. Right and left-hander, they both throw very hard.
And a full count to Colon. So in just 1+ inning, this will be the 35th pitch coming up. That changeup up, got hit hard, and fortunately for us, foul.
Face high changeup. Usually you don't get away with these. Unfortunately, Colon did take it well foul.
Now this will be the 9th pitch in this sequence. Another one. He gone. 1 out.
Join us at U.S. Cellular Field for an exciting White Sox baseball season. The Pick 14 plan offers fans a flexible 14-game schedule that features savings off individual game tickets. Pick 14 plans start as low as $110 per plan. So for tickets and more information, visit WhiteSox.com or call 312-674-1000.
Here's Alcides Escobar. He went out. Adam Eaton in deep center field. Starts him off with a change. Bat, but rack him up. So they get the leadoff man aboard. Can't do anything with it after an inning and a half. Still 2-0 Royals.
One to look forward to Miller time later in the game. Brought to you by Miller Lite.
In that Yankee 2-1 victory over the Tigers, Tanaka started. He pitched well. 6 in the third, 3 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. Wilson won a third of an inning. Then Betances won an inning and a third with a couple of strikeouts. And Miller picked up the 6th save. No runs, no hits, 2 strikeouts.
And what's amazing is that Andrew Miller was always thought of as a premier setup man. But he's found a home as a closer in New York, and the Yankees have made the most of it. He's got overwhelming stuff, always had. Now he's using it in the closer role.
2-0 bad guys here, and it'll be LaRoche, Garcia, and Gillespie. They got the shift on. He fakes the bunt and takes the strike.
Ventura was actually almost sprinting toward the third base line as Adam looked like he wanted to push it that way.
All he's got to do is get it by him. And we got the leadoff man on board.
There's nobody home on the left side.
Oh, 0-2 the count. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. For the Tigers, Anibal Sanchez pitched well. He went 6 in the third, giving up 1 run. Did walk 4, but he struck out 8. In that Atlanta lost to the Mets, Colon to 1-4-0. I saw something that Bartolo Colon ran down A.J. Pierzynski in that rundown. Bartolo, A.J.? Bartolo?
Well, maybe the hamstrings have shrunk up a bit on A.J. over the years. Maybe that's the reason for that.
Dennis the Menace. Now he can't get it, but on the other side of that, AJ was 2 for 4, hitting at .407 for the Bravos. That one at 95.
Outfield shading Avi a couple of steps to right center field. Lorenzo Cain can pretty much run down anything, but there is a gap in left center. Ventura had one of the best rookie seasons of any pitcher in Royals history. He went 14-10, and he had the American League's 10th best ERA at 3.20. 3.20 ERA in the American League for a rookie is very good.
Had him way out in front, 2 down.
White Sox fans, bring your family and friends out to the ballpark on Saturday, April 25th for Dia de la Familia to celebrate Orgulos Sox. Be one of the first 20,000 fans to enter the ballpark to receive a special Jose Abreu Rookie of the Year blanket presented by Beggar's Pizza. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/familia.
So 3 strikeouts now for Ventura, and here is Gillespie hitting at .216.
Very surprising for a 23-year-old, and Giordano won't turn 24 till June, to leave a couple of games early with cramps, one in his hand, one in his calf. And he talked to the trainers and the nutritionist with Kansas City, and they figured it out. Figured out that, number one, he gets overamped at times, and number two, he drank a whole lot of coffee, which at the end of the day is dehydrating. So they told him to hydrate more, drink some electrolytes, get some of those in your body, and you can stay in the game a bit longer because they need him in the game longer.
Strikes out the side, and after two, Royals lead it by 2. In the top of the third, it'll be Moustakas, then Kane, then Hosmer. Moustakas started off that 2-run first inning with a bullet and a high breaking ball roller as he takes strike one, laced it into right field.
Moustakas all of last year had 17 opposite field hits all year long. This year he has 10. We're not through April yet. So he's making the most of opposite field now that he's in the 2 spot, not thinking about power. And George Brett said, if you don't want him shifting on you, hit a couple of ground balls at shortstop. The more you hit ground balls at shortstop, the less they're going to shift on you.
He almost walked right into that one. So the count 2-1.
Good
high change.
Yeah. It was not location, but velocity that fooled Moustakas. You just don't want to stay up there too much if you're going to throw changeups.
Just got a piece of it. That one at 95.
The Royals hitters will make some contact. Fewest strikeouts in the American League. Cleveland, second. The Rangers, third in the contact department, and that's pretty good. White Sox fans, celebrate your Mexican heritage. The ballpark on May 5th with Cinco de Miller, presented by Miller Lite. Arrive early for a pregame musical performance and Tex-Mex treats, and stay late for a postgame fireworks show set to Mexican music presented by Miller Lite. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Cinco to celebrate Cinco de Mayo at the ballpark.
First pitch strike to Kane, who singled up the middle, and he also came around to score.
It's pretty amazing, but the Royals hitters off to just a great start offensively. Have a team on base percentage of .368 coming in. That is a whopping number. And as you can see, Lorenzo Cain has always had success with Chris Sale.
Another high changeup. Lorenzo Cain's had success against everybody on our staff, it seems like.
He's just becoming better and better. And you're right, the comparison with Adam Jones is a good one. Jones also off to a great start. We're going to see him on the next road trip. We start with 3 in Baltimore. And Adam Jones is having an all-world start to this season.
Well, he's getting in that category now, being an all-world player.
He could always go get him in center field. Now he's hitting him out of the park.
Gillespie. Two down. That'll bring up Hosmer, who walked.
Now Chris is really getting a lot of mileage on that straight change.
Little chopper up the middle.
Nice pickup by Micah Johnson, but there was nothing he could do with it.
Well, that's where if you got some bench jockeys, they're over there in the dugout saying, spend some of that meal money, Hosmer.
He's aboard, keeps the inning alive, and lets very dangerous Kendrys Morales have an at bat.
He hit the first pitch he saw was a fastball down. He just laced it in center field for that 2-run single. Big, strong switch hitter. Change up. Long peg, low throw. But Abreu stays with it, makes the play. Good catch by, good play by Abreu. NFL Draft with our AT&T Road to the Draft special. So join host Chris Bowden, also former Bears coach Dave Weinstedt, and quarterback Jim Miller as they break down who the Bears may pick at number 7, plus the latest from around the league. That's Sunday at 10:30 on Sportsnet Central.
I think for Alexi, a good game plan against Ventura is to hit the first fastball you see in the zone. Number one, Ventura has two very good curveballs. Number two, Alexi hitting just .059 with 2 strikes this year.
And he's already thrown more change-ups than we've seen him throw against us before.
No, he doesn't usually throw that many, but if the scouting report was that he throws them only 10% of the time, he's throwing more than that. And that was a first ball fastball that he took in the zone.
Alexei hitting at .217, no homers. He's driven in 8. And he's faced Ventura 8 times in the past, has 1 hit. As we said earlier, it's a lot easier to get Ventura and Sale down low than it is up high. That heater.
Right now, the whole at bat has been down.
That ball hit hard into left center field, but they got a man there.
Alexi is a very good fastball hitter, and that one, Ventura tried to throw it by him upstairs. You see in the Menards pitch tracks, he changes eye levels, but Alexi's a good fastball hitter, especially if it's above 94 miles an hour. This one at 97 had a good part of the bat on it. Very cold night, just didn't go anywhere.
Well, if Alexi's looking for it, it doesn't make any difference how hard you're going to throw.
Oh, he's got quick hands, and he's right on top of the plate.
Tyler takes strike 1. Tyler hitting at .286, a homer. He's driven in 4, but he's had some real good at bats lately.
You saw Perez that time as he gave the signs, and on the appeal, Tim Timmons said he did swing. Didn't see much of a swing, but
he didn't swing.
Perez kept pointing down. He gave him 3 different signs, pointed down with all of them, and the last one was a curveball. With the philosophy, if you miss low.
.99 miles an hour on that fastball on the fist. You see, that's the way I think that pitchers have to think.
If you miss down?
No. Whatever pitch, if you're going to miss in. If you're going to miss out. If you're going to miss low. If you're going to miss high.
Don't use the plate.
That's positive. That's not negative thinking. That is positive thinking. And what you're doing at that same time is you're helping yourself cure your mechanics. If you're a sinker baller and you say to yourself, I'm going to miss low, you don't have to think about getting that elbow up. It's going up. If you're thinking about missing low, that's out of play.
That's pretty good at bat because Tyler has seen just about everything Ventura has.
Well, he's had good at bats last week. Todd's got him, Stevenson's got him on the right approach, on the right thinking, on the right path. Got him. That one at 96. But he had a couple of good pitches to hit, just didn't get it done. So that's 5 strikeouts now for Ventura.
This fastball just above the belt on the inner portion. He threw it by him. And now Micah, who is a threat to bunt, with 8 in a row retired, maybe not a bad idea. Now Moustakas is moving in. He's at the cut of the grass and moving in even closer at third. When you can use that fastball anywhere from 93 to 98, 99, pretty tough for a hitter to stay on it.
Last time we saw him, last time we saw him last year in Kansas City, he was hitting triple digits.
Great arm. He's got a tattoo of a flaming baseball on his arm. So
That's apropos.
He's had a big fastball for a long time.
He gets over there like he should, and he's safe. Micah is safe.
And it looks like Ventura's down, feeling the effects of that collision at first base. It is a base hit. Now Ventura giving him a target. Micah says he's safe. Now, it appeared that he missed first base, so says Tim Timmons.
Yeah, his left foot kicked him. It looked like he got him in the ankle, kicked him in the ankle.
Well, that's a lesson on how not to cover first base. Number one, you got to hit the bag. That's obvious. But number two, you then have to keep your leg out of the baseline or you're going to get run over. And he's fortunate he wasn't cut. But you got to get to the bag a little more quickly than he got to the bag. I know he can run. He just wasn't as quick to the bag as he should have been.
I just asked our producer, they're going to start it from the pitch there. And this is what caused the problem. Yes, he's going to take a couple of warm-up tosses. As soon as that ball goes to his left, he's got to get over there. You guys are taught that from the time that you're.
He's starting the spring training.
Before you even start to wear a cup.
Starting spring training, every time coach will hit a ground ball to the right side, the catcher, who's ever catching, as well as a lot of the infielders, will yell, "Get over there." And they do it all spring long. If you don't, you keep innings alive like this one.
Here's Eaton. I still do it to this day. You hear me say it a lot of times. The ball to us.
Get over, yeah.
If it's our guy, get over there. Get over there. It's this habit after 56 years.
Time now for AT&T Uverse. It's the multi-view. And as you can see, Ventura, who did pick off Micah Johnson opening day in Kansas City, has got a good quick move to first, and he can't take too many liberties. And you factor in the man behind the plate, and Salvi Perez, who is very quick and very accurate on his strokes. This becomes a difficult combination in which to steal a base.
Just a short lead by Micah. Yeah, if you got a guy who's as quick to first base as Ventura, no sense in getting out there.
This is the first
like he did in Kansas City.
The first base runner he's had, and his rhythm is not near the same. As he retired the first 8, 5 of them on strikes, and was in the zone with just about everything.
3-0. And there's 4 in a row. So 2 men aboard.
And Salvi Perez goes to the mound. He wants to talk to his young right-hander and calm him down, because everything was pretty good until that play. He didn't get over. Gave up a base hit. Lost the perfect game. Now he's got runners at first and second. The tying run's aboard. But there are 2 outs.
Here's Melky. He grounded out to Escobar's short. Melky now 1 for 6 lifetime off Giordano. That's a can of corn. So we get a couple of guys, our first 2 base runners. Meanwhile, we're into the 4th, trailing 2-0. Top of the fourth inning, 2-5-0 for them, 0-1-0 for us. It'll be Gordon, Perez, and Orlando. Paolo, Orlando. Gordon struck out his first trip.
Gordon's really having problems with the left-hander. He started out very slowly in that department this year, hitting just 125 before that strikeout, looking in the first inning.
Another change up in the count of 1-2. Breaker. 50 degrees, but it seems and feels like it's a lot colder.
Now, looking at the way Jose is dressed up at first base, it's not real comfortable down there. And I kind of dispute the 50 degrees. I think it's a little colder than that, especially when you factor in the wind, which has been ever present over the last few days.
Full count.
Chris Sale got very lucky as the bat pinwheeled out towards him. He just smiles at Alex Gordon. Watch it again. The baseball is foul. The bat head right past Chris. And unfortunately for a pitcher who's taught to follow the ball, he reacted when that bat was by him. You're not going to field that one anyway.
Yeah, that could have been bad. So the 3-2. Broken bat. Looper. Come on. Can't get it.
Well, the big part of this one was certainly trying to make the catch, but then he had to avoid Micah Johnson. And fortunately, both guys, I believe, come away unscathed. Second bat in a row that Gordon broke. And that was really close. Avi just misses it, and then Micah Johnson just misses him.
Yeah, that's two strong guys right there. So here's Salvador. He went out to center. Now 11 for 38 lifetime off Sale. Very quickly, the count 0-2. First of 4 with these Royals. So make your plans to be with us tomorrow. Jose Quintana against Danny Duffy. Next 3 days, we're going to run Quintana, Danks, and Noesi out there. They're going to run Duffy, Volquez, and Vargas.
And for a big man who's very strong, Salvi Perez does not strike out very much. Has 4 strikeouts this year and 59 at bats.
Return throw. 3-6-3. Very nicely done. 2 down.
This is an aspect of Jose's game that is very good. He's got a strong and accurate arm. He's got an angle. Just flips it over the head of Gordon. And Salvi, who's like most catchers, isn't particularly fast, grounds into his 4th double play.
Paolo Orlando had an infield single. He's very underrated defensively at first base.
I think he does a whole lot of things well, and he's got surprisingly quick motions to either side.
And that'll do it. Second double play of the game turn. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's still 2-0.
The fans who purchased tickets tonight, as you can see, the Miller Lite Extra Base, it's a taste testing. And you get to sample the offerings of the ballpark, some of the newer ones. Bacon on a stick, always popular. That is the Taste of Chi Sox event this evening. And those fans are not only seeing a pretty good baseball game, but they're eating exceptionally well.
Well, the baseball game could be better. We trail at 2-0. And you got a young man out there who's given up just an infield single. So here we go. It'll be Abreu, LaRoche, and Garcia.
Second time through the order. Hopefully they'll see the ball a bit better, realize that Ventura is changing speeds quite a bit, more than we've seen him recently. He hasn't reached back to get that big fastball too often. It's there, and everybody knows it's there. And so far, he's been able to get all the outs without using it many times.
Breaking ball. Not much of a windup. Just a little moving of the feet, and that's about it. And while we have a moment, a big White Sox hello. The Tomko family down in Orlando watching in tonight. Do it. Marinella and Diego. That fastball at 97. And a count 2-1.
Get that ball on the inner portion of the plate. Jose couldn't get his hands out. We've seen all spring and most of this early season on pitches just like that, he'll inside out it and dump it to right or right center field. But I'm thinking Salvi Perez probably going to call a slider.
And that's back over our heads.
Got very fortunate with a straight change that was right in the middle of the plate. Belt high. He just fouled it straight back.
That, my friends, is a cookie.
I don't think Jose's going to see another one. This is an outside fastball.
That hit him. That one at 98. He was not trying to hit him.
You know, you can see Perez wants it low and away, and this one sails inside. Hopefully that elbow is sufficiently padded. I would think it would be. And Giordano realizes that he missed his spot by plenty, and now he's got a man on and nobody out.
So here is LaRoche. Struck out his first trip. Hits that one hard in the right field for a base hit. So Abreu will pull up at second.
I like what Adam had to say after the ball game yesterday. He was talking about hitting. He said anybody that tells you that it's not more difficult to hit now is not telling you the way it is. He said because he longs for the days when you could see 91, 92 and straight. He said today everybody has in the neighborhood of 100. They sink it, they cut it, and make it move more than they ever have.
Well, as I've talked about, everything in baseball today is harder.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
It's harder to hit. It's harder to pitch. It's harder to be a player. It's harder to be a manager. It's harder to be a coach. It's harder to be a GM. The only people that's easier are the owners.
Some of them might disagree with you, but that's certainly a good philosophy because values have gone up considerably on major league teams, and that was a nice stop by Perez. This is a big inning. It is the second time through the order. You're looking at that 2-run deficit up on the scoreboard. And you want to try take the confidence away from a young pitcher, and maybe at times we've seen him get rattled when he starts to give up some runs.
Well, Adam is exactly right. He's right on the money. As Ivy takes ball 2-0.
Yeah, the guys that throw 91 and straight, those are the guys that are out there really making a living in another profession.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, it's just a different game today. We never had to face guys coming out of that bullpen in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning when I was playing like they do today.
That's 3-0, and I would suspect that Dave Island, the pitching coach, will probably come out if, in fact, Ventura does not get Avi.
You don't know how hitting Abreu leading off the inning affects him a little bit mentally.
Well, he is just 23, and he is just in his second year, and last year was a little over a half season for him.
There's a strike. Hitters never get to see a guy 4 times in one game. That used to be a very common occurrence.
I say very rarely, if ever, these days. That means he's going into the 8th and 9th inning.
That's right. Slowly hit. Can't get him to first. So they get Adam at second. Runners at the corners, 1 out.
One of the new pitchers that Dayton Moore brought in was Edinson Volquez. And when Ventura got thrown out of the ball game hitting Brett Lowry in the 4th inning, he was obviously very emotional at that point. It was after a 3-run homer. Edinson Volquez went up to him sometime later and said, son, he said, number one, you win the baseball game. Then you can take care of business, but your job, what you have to do, is keep our team in the game to be able to win it. Exiting in the 4th inning is not the way to do that. And that's a veteran pitcher talking to a younger, very talented guy that just needs major league experience.
First pitch strike to Gillespie, who struck out his first trip.
Arms in the outfield, pretty good all the way around, but especially good in left and center.
Change. And very quickly to count 0-2. Now he's got to protect up and down. That one at 97. Yeah, I got a friend of mine called me the other day, and we were talking about it. I had said that everything in baseball today is harder than our time zone when we played. And he said, Hawk, are these guys really better than we were? I said, individually they are. Team-wise they're not. But individually they are. Yes, they're better players than we were.
Well, first of all, just look at the Olympic times in the various events. Guys today are bigger, stronger, faster, and quicker than they've ever been in history. And so if you have those four things going for you, odds are overwhelming you're going to have a bit more ability. But they don't spend the time to pay the dues in the minor leagues to learn how to play this game, especially at a high level and a winning level at the highest levels.
99.9% of the players coming into baseball have to be bad before they're good. As there's a shot just fouled. You got to be bad before you become good. It's just that simple.
The game has a lot of lessons to teach you, and the only way to learn them is to go through it. And you're going to have some terrible games. You're going to have some emotional games like Ventura when he hit Lowry after the slide at second base where he took the leg out of Escobar. And he learned something. And a veteran pitcher taught him number one priority. Stay in the game long enough because winning is the thing. That's what we do.
There's a chopper. Now they're going to get Abreu hung up at the third. Now, Ivy goes into third, so 2 down. On the pickle.
It's obviously a contact play, and Jose did a nice job of staying in the rundown long enough for Ivy to go to third base. It's 3-5. 2-3. And eventually they do get him, but you see, top of your screen, now a wild pitch away from scoring.
Here's Alexei. Hit the ball hard into deep left center field. A base hit. Thank you very much. Ivy will score. It's a 2-1 ball game.
RBI number 9. And that fastball at 96 is down and hittable. Alexei, who loves fastballs, just punched it through the right side. Past Cologne. And the Sox have cut the lead in half.
Well, Sir Isaac Newton will tell you there's such a thing as gravity.
There is that.
And when you're trying to hit a 95 or 100 mile an hour fastball that's letter high, you got to fight gravity with that bat. When you got to try to hit a 95 or 100 mile an hour fastball that's about knee high, gravity helps you get there a little quicker. Tyler with a 2-hopper tags the bag. But we get on the board. We go to the 5th. 2-1 Kansas City. Top of the 5th inning. 2-6-0 for them, 1-3-0 for us. Christian Colon, the second baseman, will lead it off, and back to the top of the order with Alcides Escobar and Mike Moustakas. Colon struck out on a changeup. Corners in close. Outfield straight up, spread out, about equidistant. There's a changeup for a strike.
After that first inning, where Chris gave up the 2 runs on 3 hits and a walk, he's really started to use that changeup very effectively. And that's 2 of them back to back. On the outside corner, 1 right at the knees.
That's trouble. So the leadoff single.
That's Rusty Kuntz, the first base coach, in your picture. And that masked man at first is Jose Abreu.
So here is Escobar. Came in hitting .400 against Chris Sale. He was 18 for 45. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He's gone out deep to center and hit into a 6-4-3 double play. Has more hits against Chris than any other hitter.
Escobar is still not 100%. He runs well at times. He's still very fast. But he hurt his knee as Brett Lowry went in to try what he thought to break up 2.
Get him. Yes! Bad play right there by Colon.
Good heads-up play by Micah Johnson, and the last thing that you can do is run into an out here. But there's the out. He pours it across, and Jose scoops a low throw. They got him.
It's one of the 2 last things that a first base coach will tell a runner. First one is don't get doubled up on the line drive. Don't run into the double play. Don't let the second baseman tag you, and then check your outfielders. So here's Moustakas. He is 1 for 2 with a run scored.
Last year, his lone sacrifice of the year came in postseason play. He's got 2 of them already this year, and that's a product of being a 2-hole hitter. You have more responsibilities in the 2 spot than any place else in the batting order, because in front of a base stealer, you got to have patience. You got to let him try to steal, so you have to be able to hit down in the count. Moustakas has hit just about everything this year.
Well, he's also coming in tonight, tied for second run, scored with 13.
Been a remarkable turnaround for him. He was struggling. He had a world of potential. I have to believe that a whole lot of people went to Dayton Moore and wanted him in a trade, even though things weren't working very well, and even though they had to send him to the minor leagues. But Moustakas is still down in the left-handed batter's box.
Sam Holbrook says, I have to do it. Well, we had a couple situations in Kansas City in the opening series. Kansas City's having some situations with several clubs.
Well, they've been hit a lot this year. And this one gets him, looks like a carom, maybe off the upper chest into the jaw. High off the top of the arm. That's the 18th time a Royals hitter has been hit, which is an awfully high total when you consider this is just their 16th game.
So here is Kane. He's 1 for 2. Fails. Did Michael miss him? Yeah, I guess he did. Trying to get him anyway, so that'll retire the side. We're halfway home. We trail it 2-1.
You know, a lot going on in the Chicago sports landscape. Of course, this game here against the Royals, and the Blackhawks getting ready to start soon. The Bulls playing right now. So if you can't watch both games or all these games, all you have to do is get the NBC Sports Live Extra app. I actually have it on my phone right now, so I can be here at the stadium watching the baseball game. I also have the Bulls game up right here on my phone. Right now it is in the third. It's tied at 61. So if you need to see more than one game, you don't have a lot of TVs at home, make sure you get the NBC Sports Live Extra app. You can be like me, watch a lot of different things at once, guys. A great app, so make sure if you don't have it, you get it. Guys?
All right, Kip, thank you very much. And now Perez has gone out to talk to Ventura, I'm sure, after a little urging from Sam Holbrook. Two 7-0 for them, 1-3-0 for us.
But we'll see if that talking to by Edinson Volquez does anything for Ventura in a situation where two guys have already been hit.
Micah has an infield single. And I want to send out the White Sox happy birthday to one of our favorite people, Senior Director of Media Relations, Bob Beckel. Bobby still looks like he's 20 years old. He looks pretty good for 40. That's fouled away.
He'd look a lot better if he was 60.
He's a good man. Does a great job for this organization for a long time. 1-2.
Moustakas right here pretended not to get tagged, even though quite obviously Micah was able to tag him. But he figured he could sell it to Tim Welke. One way or the other, it didn't work anyway.
That's an A.J. Pierzynski move.
Get tagged out, keep on running?
Yeah.
You never know.
Hey, you never know till you ask.
That's exactly right.
Adam has struck out and walked. Count evens of 1. Ouch. Also watching in. You think Bruce Bochy's got a big head?
No, I know that he has a fairly large cranium, yes.
Yeah.
Wears what, size 9 hat?
I'm going to say hello to a buddy of mine, Drew Gillen, down in Winter Haven, who makes Bruce Bochy look like a little beanie. He's got a head big enough you can float in Mardi Gras.
That's really nice of you.
As he gets him, so that is strikeout number 7.
Adam is pretty tough to strike out, and he's got him twice tonight. In fact, it's been a night of no contact for Adam Eaton. Strikeout in the first, walk in the third, strikeout here in the 5th.
So here's Cabrera. He's grounded to short and going out to center. If you're just tuning in, they scored 2 in the first. We scored 1 last inning. Out in front, chops that one foul.
Coming into action tonight, Yordano Ventura had given up 3 home runs in 15 innings. So for a guy with the stuff he has, that is a fairly high total.
There's a bullet. Get down. It will. Get by him. It will. So there's the slide. He's safe. Picks up his 2nd double of the season.
This one not particularly well played by Orlando. It's a sinking line drive. He hits a rocket. Got a fastball right over the middle of the plate. Even at 99, it really doesn't matter to these hitters if you have the whole plate. And Orlando couldn't get over there in time to flag it down. So the tying run sitting there for Jose.
He is 0 for 1. He grounded to short, and then he was hit by a pitch. Hitting the left arm pretty hard. That ball hit hard in the center field. Get over his head. It will. So back to back. No, he's going to go. Now he's going to pull it up. Back to back doubles, and this game is tied at 2.
This was a rocket because normally if Lorenzo Cain can't run it down, you can appreciate how hard it's hit. This ball was down. It was on the outer third. And Jose hit just a bullet over the head of Cain. Abreu now has driven in 13 runs. He's had 17 hits, 11 for extra bases, and his 5th double of the year.
They got the shift on, modified as Adam goes through it. Adam 1 for 2, a single last inning. He did not go.
Very good stop by Perez.
He's a very good catcher.
He does a whole lot of things very well. He's one of the leaders, if not the leader on this team. Good stop to keep it in front.
Yeah, we said in Kansas City, he's the best looking young catcher to come into this league since Ivan Rodriguez.
We're actually looking at the most difficult position to fill in the major leagues. There's some good catchers around, but very few teams are really deep at the catching position.
He offers more than that, too. He offers controlling the ball game, leadership out there on the field.
He's done that from the time he stepped onto a professional diamond when he was a very young man.
Change up, but back-to-back doubles by Abreu. We'll go to the 6th, tied at 2.
By American Sale. 2 earned runs on 5 hits. He gave up 2 early in that first inning, then got tough, using the changeup a lot more, and he's allowed his offense to get him back in the game. So a brand new game tied at 2.
It's a little nippy. As Lorenzo Cain will lead it off. He's 1 for 2, a single back in that first inning, and he scored a run. First of 4 against these Royals. One and 2.
Had to skip the rope there. As Lorenzo Lamar Cain started his professional career in 2005.
Well, we touched on it the other day. We're starting to see now more and more pitchers pitching inside this year.
I think they're realizing how important it is to establish in there.
Softly hit. Well, they've been at a disadvantage because the umpires wouldn't call the inside strike. You only had maybe 10-15% of the umpires that would call it. So that was a detriment to them. But on the other side of the page, we touched on it the other day. The best feeling a hitter can have is to go to the plate, not worry about anything inside, look for the ball out of plate. Now he can go to work. That's the best feeling he can have. So if that's the case, Stevie, what are you going to do?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to establish the inside corner one way or the other. And it's best for a guy who doesn't throw exceedingly hard to go inside off the plate, not inside on the inside corner. I think that's where people make a mistake.
Hosmer running and hitting on that one. 2 down.
But the mistake is pitching inside, because a lot of people believe that pitching inside is throwing strikes inside. There's such a little margin for error. Those are the pitches that get tattooed if it drifts over the plate. But if you throw inside 4 inches inside in a situation where the hitter has to protect, where you have a strike or 2, you're forcing him to swing. And that's not a pitch he wants to swing at, but he can't risk getting called out.
There's an old saying in baseball that you haven't heard in a long, long time, and that's deep, deep, and deeper.
Keep going in as far as the hitter will let you.
That's it. And you heard it when you played a lot, and that was one of the bywords when I played. The pitchers, of course, pitchers when I played, those guys would tell you how they were going to get guys out.
There's also another phrase, though, you might remember, and that's make him move his feet. You tell the pitchers to make the hitter move his feet. That was kind of a code term for you might want to knock him off the plate every now and then.
Well, in my time zone, you didn't have to tell pitchers that. Hey, 1, 2, 3, easy 1, 2, 3, and we'll go to the bottom of the 6th in this 2-2 tie.
Of U.S. Cellular Field and delicious food and beverage options. You can enjoy them prior and during White Sox games. Purchase a First Merit Bank Stadium Club membership by calling 312-674-1000.
A 2-2 tie. Garcia, Gillespie, Ramirez to face Ventura. Giordano, 23 years old. Solana in the Dominican Republic. Javi's 0 for 2. Ball's hit hard. Meanwhile, 1 pitch, 1 out. Here's Gillespie. He's 0 for 2. Hosmer, he's a good one. 2 down. You know, one of the greatest statements I've ever heard about hitting came from the great Al Kaline, Hall of Famer.
We just saw him in Detroit.
Yeah, and he looks great, knock on wood. But he sort of took a liking to me when I was a kid coming up into the league, and I was really struggling. I mean, every time I hit a ball hard, it was foul as that ball hit into left center field. So a very quick 1-2-3 inning for Ventura, and we're into the 7th.
When news breaks,
As our Sox square off with these Royals. Sox pregame live presented by Lexus of Orland, starting at 12:30.
From Chris Sale, we've seen a lot of first pitch changeups, and it's not unusual because almost 30% of the time, Chris will start off a hitter with a changeup. That is way, way above league average. League average is just 13.3% of the time. So Chris has all of the confidence in the world that he can throw the changeup for a strike whenever he wants to. It's a good feeling on the mound if you got one of those.
A 2-2 tie here in the top of the 7th. Gordon, Perez, and Orlando. But Al Kaline told me one day I was really struggling, and every time I hit a ball hard, it was over in the third base dugout almost. So we're taking batting practice, and I struck out 3 or 4 times the game before, taking batting practice the next day, and we're in Detroit. And I walk up to the cage, so he's hitting, he comes out, he walks around, as that's out by Abreu, and he looks at me and he says, "Hawk," he says, this is all he said. He said, "Hawk, you show me a hitter that can't be jammed, and I'll show you a horse bleep hitter." Okay, so I didn't know what he was talking about. Later on, I sort of figured it out. One of the greatest statements I ever heard about pitching was from Sandy Koufax. He said, "Show me a guy that can't pitch inside, and I'll show you a loser."
Well, that certainly has held true since the beginning of this particular sport we both know and love for these many years. The best pitchers are the guys that believe that the inside portion of the plate is theirs, not yours as a hitter.
Nika had a little more time on the throw.
It is going to be a base hit. It's a great stop. Going to his right. He does have some time. But on the hop, Jose can't corral it.
Yeah, he had a chance to. It was a terrific stop. He had a chance to make a much better throw. Had time to. As here is Perez, who has gone out to center and hit into a 3-6-3 double play. So there's a base hit. Now we got trouble brewing here in the 7th. First 2 men aboard.
Bring your family to the ballpark for Family Sundays presented by University of Chicago Medicine Comer Children's Hospital. Tickets start as low as $5 and parking is just $10. White Sox and Comer Children's Hospital teaming up for kids' health. Purchase your tickets today by visiting whitesox.com/Sundays or calling 866-SOX-GAME. So meeting at the mound, and they're talking about how they want to defend this if Orlando does indeed try to sacrifice. As you would think in a 2-2 game, that's what Ned Yost would have in mind.
We're liable to see 2 consecutive bunts here. Orlando had an infield single, and he also grounded to short. Gillespie at the cut of the grass at third. Abreu now coming in a little bit. He didn't break it down.
Orlando does not have a sacrifice this year. Granted, it's been limited action. He's only had 35 at bats, but has yet to lay it down.
Well, maybe he can't bunt.
If that's the case, maybe he can pop one up.
No 1-1 to count. You got to find out what a guy cannot do, and then don't ask him to do it.
It was a troublesome first at 22 pitches. Then things have evened out. But Chris will deliver pitch number 96. And he's in a jam here in the 7th. There he went to lay it down. But he had to skip the rope to get out of the way of it.
Eaton fairly deep in center, as is Avi is in right. Drops it up. Chris has got it.
That's the pop we're talking about. If you're not a butter, you drop the head of the bat, the ball's going to go straight up in the air. So the technique isn't good. He drops the head of the bat, and that's a huge out. Instead of trying to catch the ball with the bat and get out front, he tried to jab at it, and when you do that, not many good things are going to happen.
No, when you pop that head at it like that. So we catch a break, and here's Colon, who maybe would have been bunting had Orlando successfully got him over. He is awesome. Mercy. 7th inning stretch. Tied it.
It's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And a line drive that looked like it was heading to left field, snagged by Alexi. Turns a double play and out of the inning. Chris Sale had 2 on and nobody out. Got out, preserved the 2-2 tie with some defensive heroics. And the reaction of Chris Sale, he's pretty excited, as well you would believe. Now he just needs a run or two.
Powers, Johnson, and Eaton. First pitch strike in 96. Tyler 0 for 2. Breaking ball, no.
With Greg Holland disabled, a man who saved 46 and 48 appearances last year, the duty falls to Wade Davis.
Ball ripped down to third. Moustakas can pick it and peg it. 1 out. Good play.
Tyler hit it very hard, but unfortunately, Moustakas got a great glove at third. He's pretty quick to either side. Stays right with it, and then he's got a strong arm.
So here's Micah. He's 1 for 2.
Zach Duke loosening in the pen.
Chopper up the middle. Escobar. And they just do get him.
Micah was trying to give Tim Timmons some help. He crossed first base, put his hands in the safe sign, but they had him. Franklin Morales, hard throwing left-hander, loosening in the pen. Used to be easy for Ned Yost. He would go Herrera to Davis to Holland. Now with Wade Davis giving up no runs in 7 appearances with 3 saves, they got to mix and match a little bit later in the game.
Well, you had to wonder, though. This would have been, those guys have been out there for the last 4 years. You had to
frequently.
Wonder. Yep. And they have been used a lot in the last 4 years. Right back.
What's Ventura talking?
I don't know.
What's he talking about?
I have no clue.
That's absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
Guy hits a one-hopper to you, and you're going to get upset about that. And Moustakas now is taking Ventura off the field. Now,
yeah, going out there, you knew it was going to happen. We said it was going to happen in Kansas City. That these two teams are going to have some problems. And some altercations. Kansas City's been having them with Oakland. Now they get back with us.
Ned Yost is talking with Chris Sale. That's kind of an unusual situation. You don't see that. And now it breaks out again, and this is a good one, folks.
Well, it's going to be, just look for the outside throws. You're not going to see much on the inside. Look for the cheap shots, because there's probably going to be some.
I certainly would like to see Chris Sale get out of there.
Now, Yost, I don't know what he was saying to Samardzija.
And he was talking with Chris Sale.
I mean, to Sale, but
yeah.
The only thing he should have been saying was, get out of here. If he was trying to provoke anything, he ought to have his behind beat. Samardzija,
now it breaks out again.
seen some of this happening. We saw it in Kansas City. We saw it coming.
There's Gio Soto, who was teammates with Samardzija with the Cubs and with Oakland, and now here with the Sox. So he's out there trying to calm him down.
Abreu's trying to be a peacemaker out there.
Now Samardzija, apparently somebody said something to him, and Jeff took exception to it, and there was a wild swing, and can't tell who it was, but he obviously was swinging at Jeff Samardzija, but just missed him.
Well, I'm sure if any of those guys want a piece of Samardzija, he'll be happy to oblige.
Okay, in the last out.
But here's the whole thing right here.
He's staring at Adam Eaton.
You saw what he said?
Yeah, I did. Lip reading is one of my specialties. And Adam Eaton can't believe it. He's kind of incredulous.
Oh, Ventura, that's just absolute stupidity. That's all that is. A sheer stupidity from that guy. I tell you, he keeps that stuff up. He's going to get his behind whipped.
Well, everybody is heading back to their respective bullpens, and everybody is going to their respective dugouts. And so we'll step out and
we'll be back.
Are getting together. Mike Everett, Tim Welke, Tim Timmons, Sam Holbrook, and they're talking about what they saw and who they saw doing what. The reason is they have to write reports, and it's going to be looked at, scrutinized, and then we're going to see if any penalties come down for
they got
either
first
team
of
or
all
individual.
to decide how it started. It started with Ventura.
Yeah.
And then they got to decide who they're going to throw out. I still don't know what Yost was talking to Chris Sale about.
No, when you don't see, or very rarely see, the opposing manager talking with the ace pitcher of the other team in a situation like that. Again, we don't know. We're not privy to what he had to say. It just is an awkward situation for the opposing manager to be talking to a guy who's pretty heated up, Chris Sale, who went through 7 innings in a 2-2 game. Robin wants to hear about what they felt they saw, and he wants to get his 2 cents in as opposed to letting the umpires decide what was the provocation for all of what went on between the 2 teams.
Well, he's not going to change their minds. They're going to do what they're going to do. They've already made up their mind on what they're going to do, so that's that. As the same goes for Yost.
We got a new pitcher coming into this one in the meantime.
So while they're making their decisions, we're going to show you how it started.
Robin wants to know who, if anyone, is kicked out of this one and why.
Here it is right here. One hopper. Now watch Ventura. There you see Sam Holbrook immediately come up. He saw what he said and heard what he said, too. Well, this was an inevitability. There was no question about that. We said that in Kansas City, that there was going to be an altercation with this ball club.
Well, they've had more than their share in the early going. Kansas City has been a very feisty team.
Well, you know, the funny thing about it, it's not over yet.
Well, there's a look at Zach Duke, who comes in this tie game. So
we got a lot more games with these guys.
And he's on for the 8th time. He's been a busy man. His ERA below 3.
So here is Escobar. Takes first pitch strike. Now we got to win the game. Moustakas on deck. Have they made any announcements on who's been thrown out?
They haven't yet.
That ball hit into left field. We got a man there. So Escobar now for 4.
Chris Sale went 7 innings, gave up a couple of runs on 9 hits. Didn't have his great stuff. Gave up his 2 runs in the first inning and then hung 6 goose eggs on the board while his offense came back. Got a single run in the 4th and 5th. And that's where we are, tied at 2.
Here's Moustakas. He's 1 for 2. He was hit by a pitch. Abreu was the first guy that got hit by a pitch leading off the 4th inning. He got drilled in the left arm.
Appeal to Mike Everett. He says nope. He did not swing.
Well, none of our guys have been thrown out. They're still out there. Original 8. There's a little soft line drive off the end of the bat.
Sox fans, our pre-game patio parties are the best deal at the ballpark. You receive a game ticket and an all-you-can-eat buffet catered by Baseball Buffet. You also get wine and Miller and Pepsi beverages. The patio opens 90 minutes prior to the game and closes 30 minutes after the start of the game. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/group.
So here's Dyson hitting in Kane's spot. So maybe Kane was one of the guys that was ejected. Looked like he was.
He's the guy who had his shirt pulled over his head, so he was probably in the middle of things.
Hosmer's on deck. Checks it up, takes a strike. And the count 1-1. Gillespie on the grass at 3rd. Melky over toward the line and left.
There is Kelvin Herrera. He has a 100-mile-an-hour fastball loosening up.
That pitch is fouled back.
Dyson's only had 11 at-bats this year, and personally I would much rather see him hitting as opposed to being inserted as a base stealer late in the game, because he's pretty devastating in that department.
He gone. 2 down.
Sweeping breaking ball. And this is only the 12th at bat for Dyson. He can run, he can field. Hitting has been problematic, especially against the lefty.
All right, Kane, Ventura, and Volquez have been ejected for Kansas City. Sale and Samardzija for us. Hosmer takes it inside. He has walked, had a little soft infield single, and a ground out to second.
Stocks has been on base 3 times tonight, singled and scored in the first inning, then got hit by a pitch in the 5th, then picked off first base to add insult to injury, and another base hit here in the 8th. 2 for 3 night.
To another count. Boy, I'll be way off the line out there in right field. And that might be the reason why. Two and one. Oh, look at the play by Abreu. Beautiful. Throw some leather out there, big man, and we'll go to the bottom of the 8th, still tied at 2.
Don't have it, you need to get the NBC Sports Live Extra app. I've got it on my phone right now. I'm watching the Bulls and Milwaukee. Late in the game, Bulls have the lead. What it allows you to do, basically, walk anywhere around the city. You could be walking down the streets of Chicago, out in the suburbs, and watch your favorite Chicago sports teams. It's a great way to do a couple things at once. You could be here on the south side watching the Sox, pull up the Blackhawks, pull up your Bulls game. It's a great app. you definitely need to go out and get it. It's the NBC Sports Live Extra app for your phone and tablet, guys. Hawk and Steve, I know you guys have it. You definitely need to get it and watch it all the time. I'm sure you guys are probably doing it up there in the box, guys.
Actually, we're watching this game, as a matter of fact, and Dyson checks in and stays in center field after his pinch hitting appearance, and Kelvin Herrera going to the mound. He doesn't have a record, and he hasn't given up a run, and this is his 7th appearance. As you can see, he's been overwhelming with left-handers hitting just 100. So this is a tough guy for anybody to hit, especially on a very chilly night here in Chicago.
Here's Melky. Takes first pitch strike. Melky 1 for 3, a double and a run scored. Coming back in the 5th inning. 2-10-0 for them, 2-5-0 for us.
The only thing we have seen on occasion from Herrera, outside of the 100-mile-an-hour fastball, is the fact that occasionally, and not all that often, but occasionally the plate will move on him and he'll walk the first or second man he faces.
2-1. Yeah, outside of the 100-mile-an-hour fastball, we haven't seen a whole bunch. Big gap out there in right center. Wow. That's a 3-spot gap out there. Get out there near the Bertucci boys.
Well, that fastball might have been just at the top of the strike zone. But Melky followed it straight back as Herrera tried to heat him upstairs.
Down low, full count.
That's a good eye. That's a tough pitch to take. As you can see, the 2 in the 1st, and then single runs in the 4th and 5th, and that's it.
And there he goes. Ball 4.
That's what you're looking for. That walk against a pitcher that doesn't give up too many hits represents the go-ahead run. Here's our Xfinity high-speed action replay. And the big man came up in the 5th inning and hit a rocket off Ventura. Took it over Kane's head. Tied up the ball game at 2, and that is where we stand. Back-to-back doubles by Cabrera and Abreu. Those are the last runs scored.
Jose 1 for 2. And there's a base hit, a rocket right in the hole. So the first 2 men aboard. And here comes Adam.
Jose is 2 for 3. He takes a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Doesn't even look like he swings hard. But the technique is so good, and he is astonishingly strong, that he just drives it right by Moustakas before he had even time to react.
The thing about him is that he doesn't cheat physically. He doesn't get that swing started early on those hard throws. He cheats mentally. And he's just so smooth and quick.
Really amazing. He knows seemingly exactly how the pitcher is going to pitch him in all situations. And you very rarely see him surprised by anything.
Adam goes through that one. That one at 99. Adam had a single back in the 4th. He's 1 for 3. Down ball. They go to second base for the force on Abreu. Good play by Hosmer. So the double play is still in order. One out, runners at the corners, and that'll bring up Avi.
That was a really strong play by Hosmer at first, who's a good glove man. Kept that ball out of right field. And the only thing he could do was think about the force out. Escobar wanted to know how Herrera is going to throw Avi. The reason is, number one, you got to know who's going to cover if you get a comebacker. And two, you got to know who's going to cover if you get a stolen base opportunity. But I don't think Adam is a stolen base type.
Takes that pitch up. Avi's 0 for 3 last time up, lined hard to Escobar at short.
Dyson in center field, shading around toward right center. Any fly ball with some depth, Sox will take the lead.
Not too hard, Biggin. That one at 97.
Melky trying to give him some encouragement from third. Hosmer and LaRoche, two very good first basemen, talking it over on the right side of the diamond.
One thing about Herrera, you got to make him get it down. Hard to get on top of that 97, 98, 100 mile an hour fastball from the letters up.
That's a huge strikeout for Herrera.
2 down.
He just went to 99 and threw it pretty much right down the middle, just overpowered him.
So here's Connor. He can turn him around.
He's got one of the shortest swings on the team. Likes to hit fastballs. And it's almost a standard defense against him, where we saw in Detroit they had a radical shift against Kyle.
That one at 100.
Herrera does not have a wild pitch this year. In fact, this entire staff only has 3 of them. That's a testament to Salvi Perez, because they've got some guys with real good stuff. Don't mind burying the breaking ball in the dirt. There's an
Keep
example.
talking.
I mean, there's an example about how good Perez is, because that's up there at 96, and that could have easily have gotten away. But you see, he doesn't catch it with the glove down. That's a mistake a lot of catchers will make. Turns the glove over, much bigger surface, and able for the moment to save the go-ahead run from scoring.
And way out in front on that change. Change at 90 miles an hour.
If you possess a 90-mile-an-hour change, that's harder than most of the guys, or a lot of the guys pitching in his league.
Just got a piece of it. That one at 100. Alexei on deck if Connor can do anything. that changeup. So he pitches out of it. We get the first 2 men aboard. Can't do anything with it, and we're into the 9th.
Bullpen is today's T-Mobile game changer, and that bullpen all year long has been solid. The ERA .58, only 25 hits and 46 in the third. See the 40 big strikeouts with only 8 walks. So the bullpen, which was so valuable for them last year, is doing it once again this year, even with Greg Holland disabled. Gordon Beckham checks in the game defensively at third. And Robin is playing by an inning for your offense, bringing in his closer to try to nail down one clean inning and take a shot in the bottom of the 9th. On for the 6th time. He's 1-0. Hasn't given up a run yet, with 10 strikeouts and 1 walk in 5 innings.
So here's Kendrys Morales. Alex Gordon on deck. Salvador Perez in the hole. Morales had that 2-run single in the first inning.
David's natural fastball is a cutter. That'll move away from right-handers, but into left-handers. So he can crowd them pretty well inside.
One and one to count. Outfield for the most part straight up. Yes, he did. He gone.
It's an interesting matchup because you've got Robertson, one of the most prolific strikeout artists in baseball, against a team that has fanned fewer than any team in the major leagues. And at least on this one hitter, Robertson gets the advantage with the strikeout.
Well, he's averaging 18 strikeouts for 9 innings.
I would say that's pretty good. Takes a lot of pressure off your defense.
Takes first pitch strike, does Gordon. 2 for 3, a little soft semi-duck snort in the 4th and an infield single in the 7th. Quickly, 2 strikes.
That curveball is a knee locker. Jason Frazier loosening up in the bullpen. If they get a run, it's going to be Wade Davis. If they don't, it's going to be Jason Frazier.
Count hangs at 0-2. If you're just joining us, Chris Sale gave up those 2 first-inning runs. And Chris used that changeup very effectively tonight. Most he's thrown the changeup in a game in a long time. In fact, this game tonight reminded me a little bit of that game he pitched down in Texas a couple of years ago.
He didn't have a real good slider, but he used the straight change to perfection.
That's up high. And just like Samardzija yesterday, big stones he's got, went out there, didn't have his real good stuff, just battled him and beat him. Just got a piece of it.
Pretty amazing for Robertson. He's found at least one man in his last 12 innings of work. Gordon surprisingly had a couple of base hits against Chris Sale as he came in hitting 125 against lefties.
Well, they weren't exactly what you'd call stung.
Nope.
Two 10-0 for them, 2-6-0 for us. Here in the top of the 9th inning and the first of this 4-game set. This liable to be a very interesting Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So make your plans to be with us here at the ballpark. Nice foul back.
As you can see, he's tried to stay up most of the at-bat. David throws 93-94, which is not overwhelming in this day and age for a closer. But he has deception, and he appears to be 6 inches quicker than he really is. Join the 2015 Sox Pride Club for exclusive monthly ticket opportunities featuring locked-in seating locations along with game day audio, membership gifts, and much more. And it's all for $29.95. Visit SoxPrideClub.com to join today.
So here's Perez. The dangerous Salvador Perez. He's 1 for 3. Well, the more you see this guy, the more you like him.
He's some player.
Yes, he is. If you go in by positions, he's one of the best players in the game. Foul to play right side, so very quickly they count 0-2.
Now, there's been some really good hitting catchers around. I'm not sure they've brought the entire package. Buster Posey comes to mind with the Giants. But the whole package that is Salvador Perez, his leadership, his handling of pitchers, his blocking low pitches, and throwing and shutting down running games, to go with a good bat, that's hard to find.
He gone. 1-2-3 inning for David Robertson with 2 he gone. Join Jen Lana and Bill Melton as they recap the action on Subaru White Sox postgame live all season long after every game on CSN Chicago.
We got a new pitcher coming into this one, and it is former White Sox hurler Jason Frazier on for the 7th time. He doesn't have an ERA either. That's something that seems to be inherent in that Royal bullpen.
So we've got Alexei, Flowers, and Micah Johnson, the scheduled hitters. Face a little guy with a big arm. And a nice guy, Jason Frazier.
Last year was at Texas before going to Kansas City, where he went 3-0, 1.53 ERA in 23 appearances. He's had a long career, a good career, and he hasn't made too many concessions to the aging process. Lexi is looking for one middle in, and if Frazier gets a little careless with a fastball, Lexi's going to hit it awfully hard.
Breaking ball strike.
Zach Putnam loosening in the pen.
Chopper out in front of the mound. He's got plenty of time. So 1 out.
Followed the White Sox all season in 2015 with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-depth highlights, live look-ins, replay previews, radio broadcast, and StatCast, as well as more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or tablet.
So here's Tyler. He's due. He's 0 for 3. Last time up, hit the ball very hard. Moustakas made a heck of a play on him. And he has been having some real good at-bats.
Got that ball way inside. We talked about how to pitch inside earlier. And that is go inside a couple inches off the plate and make it. If the hitter does hit it, he's going to yank it foul. And that pitch was a good 3 inches inside.
Upstairs, 1-1 to count.
Neither of these teams has played an extra inning game this year.
I got a feeling we might not play one tonight. I think Tyler's going to square him up.
Strong concept.
Oh, man, he just missed it. Just underneath it. Got a cookie, high hanger. 2 down.
This one up in the zone, and Jason is very fortunate to get away with that. Tyler knew he got his pitch and just got under it.
So here's Micah, an infield single. He's 1 for 3. Takes it upstairs. Ball hits sharply, sucked up. So we will go to extra innings. Tied at 2.
Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
Zach Putnam comes in the ball game at 0-1. His ERA a little higher than he would like, on for the 6th time. Last few times, though, that splitter has worked very well. And Chris Sale went 7. Zach Duke picked up an inning, gave up a hit. Robertson, a perfect inning with 2 strikeouts, and turns it over to Zach Putnam for the first extra inning affair for both teams this year.
And we'll check a few other scores for you. Everything else is over. Only game left is ours. New York beat Detroit this afternoon 2-1. Pittsburgh came back and beat the Cubs 5-4. 9-1 Marlins over the Phillies in Philly. Mets beat the Braves 6-3 in New York. Milwaukee double up Cincinnati 4-2 at Miller Park. Rockies 2, Padres 1. That was in Denver. But right here is Paulo Orlando. 1 for 3, had an infield single. Takes first pitch strike. Giants beat the Dodgers 3-2 at AT&T. Cardinals over Washington 4-1. Nasty Nets now 7-9. Cardinals 10-4. Angels shut out the A's 2-0. 0-2 the count. Houston Street, picking up his 5th save for the Angels. Toronto beat Baltimore 7-6 up in Canada, and Boston took on the Rays down in Tampa Bay. Rays winning that ball game 2-1. He gone.
It's a whole lot of speed to be taken off the base paths. That one just saw the bottom drop out of it. Tyler does a nice job of getting down, letting this ball trickle away, and then getting an angle on the throw to first.
So here's Christian Colon. This young man's got a resume. He also has hit the ball hard twice tonight. He's 1 for 3. But his resume helped Team USA to a 24-0 record at the 2008 FISU World Championships. Became the first ever player to carry the title of captain for Team USA's collegiate national team in 2009. Also was named MVP of the Aflac All-American High School Baseball Classic in 2006. So he's a player. Another strike. Evens the count at 2. Tops that one foul. Full count. So make your plans to be with us tomorrow. 7:10, that'd be Jose Quintana against Danny Duffy. Now, if you can't make it to the game, it will be over WGN on Saturday. That'll be an afternoon game, 1:10 start. Johnny Danks pitched well last time out against Edinson Volquez. And on Sunday, Hector Noesi, who pitched well last time out, as that's going foul, against Jason Vargas. Now, both those games on Saturday and Sunday will be right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Meanwhile, that was a pretty good splitter that Colon was able to foul off.
He's had 3 good at-bats tonight. Chris struck him out first time up on a good changeup. High pop-up. Two down.
One thing you have to do with Escobar is watch the bunt. He doesn't do it all that often, and his knee is still not 100%, but he has pretty good speed if he needs it.
First pitch strike. Alcides has fly deep to center, hit into a 6-4-3 double play, hit into another double play, and then lined hard to left. He's hit it hard 3 times tonight and come up empty.
It's a good place for him to come up because of what he can do on the base paths. Davis and Madsen. So if they score, it's going to be Davis. If not, it'll be Madsen.
1-2. Just got a piece of it.
That looks like got a piece of Tyler also.
Yeah, it did.
So Sam Holbrook is going to dust off the plate. Allow Tyler a couple of extra beats to get everything back together again.
He gone. 1, 2, 3 for Zach. And we'll go to the bottom of the 10th, top of the order for us.
In this 2-2 tie. Royals about hit the Sox 10-6. It's been an errorless game. And there's a look at Ryan Madson, who missed the last 3 years due to injury. Like everybody else in the bullpen, he hasn't given up very much. 1.59 ERA, on for the 6th time. And he battled his way back. Boy, it's hard to miss 3 seasons. Hard to imagine missing 3 seasons and coming back, making the ball club out of spring training, and here he is, a valuable member of their bullpen. So it's going to be Adam Eaton leading it off. He's 0 for 3, drew a base on balls in the 3rd. Eaton, Cabrera, and Abreu, if anybody gets on LaRoche. And then Garcia.
Adam 0 for 3 last time up in the 7th inning. Get a hard comebacker to Ventura. And here's what happened. Looks like he just wants some trouble.
Well, we saw 5 total ejections. Samardzija and Sale ejected for the Sox. Kansas City lost Kane and Ventura.
Two-one pitch. Back up. Takes a nice big hop for it. That throw! Adam on his way to second. He will get there as Escobar just nonchalants it.
And that's a winning run out at second base. Normally, Hosmer comes up with this throw one way or the other. He's got some time, but he throws it to the home plate side of first base. No chance for Hosmer, and on the hustle play, Adam never stopped. He saw that it got away. He saw there was nobody there corralling it and coasted in a second.
So here's Cabrera. Alty trying to get out and around it. He's 1 for 3, had a double and scored back in the 5th when he and Abreu went back to back with doubles.
Well, if Melky doesn't bunt, and he's shown no indication that he is, there's going to be two very surprised guys in that Royal infield. Moustakas and Hosmer are in very close at the corners. And Melky just trying to pull the ball and do whatever he can to move along Eaton.
Yeah, you can see the head of that bat getting out and around that pitch. Pops him up. He's got the play. And a big out.
I would think you got to put Abreu at first base here. We'll see what Ned Yost is thinking about. Good effort by Moustakas, who keeps his concentration. And the other team's most dangerous hitter, you don't want to see him put the game on the line.
No. If they don't put him on, we got to scoop.
No, they're putting him on.
He is 2 for 3 tonight. That RBI double, and then last time up in the 8th inning, just ripped a single in the left field. First intentional walk to Abreu this year. He had 15 of them last season. And here comes Adam. Come on, Adam. Right man, right place, right time, right now.
The Roach has seen Madsen more than anybody in this lineup. He's 3 for 9 lifetime against him with a home run. He got a changeup that was above the belt and out away. Perfectly hittable pitch. A mistake by Madsen, and he got away with it.
He didn't leave anything in the tank on that swing. And the count. 0-2. Blocked nicely by Perez. I'll tell you, with some of the arms and some of the stuff that some of these Kansas City pitchers have, and they have only 3 wild pitches all year, is amazing.
Testament to that big man behind the plate.
No doubt about that.
He can move to either side. When he drops down, he blocks just about everything.
There's no doubt about that. Two and two. Outfield swung around to the right.
Got another very hittable pitch, even though it was 94. It was right down the middle. Had him able to stay alive. They do have the shift on, although it can't be quite as radical as the shift they like to use because of runners at first and second.
And in case you're just joining us, and that little set two, that little confrontation we had with them, Kane, Ventura, and Volquez were ejected. Chris Sale and Jeff Samardzija were ejected for us.
Hanson's left a couple of pitches up and out over the plate.
Well, Adams had a couple good pitches to hit. Out in front of the plate. They're going to go to second base. They don't get it.
Well, Adam is out. He can't be running to first.
No, he can't, but they don't get him at second. That was a good play by Perez because he knew that Adam was gone.
Well, Perez is very aware, and you realize when the ball gets away, you might catch the trailer, in this case Abreu, not hustling. But that wasn't the case. The big man got down there, beat the play. And now the winning run is 90 feet away.
Yeah, first base occupied, you strike out. Ball gets away from the catcher, you cannot. Just go to the dugout. So they want to review now of the play at second base.
He wants the review because the front foot hit the bag, and Ned's contention, I believe, and again he's got nothing to lose here in the bottom of the 10th inning, his contention is when his foot came off the bag and before the back foot hooked the bag, the tag was on it. So they're checking with New York, and we shall see what the outcome is. So the front foot's on the bag. The tag is on Abreu, but it looked to me like his back foot had already hooked the bag. Definitive safe sign by Tim Welke, and he's looking right at it. So Welke is right on the play, in great position to make the call. Front foot hits the bag. And it looked like the back foot hooked the bag and stayed right there.
It did not come off, so there has to be conclusive evidence. And it would appear that is not conclusive enough to overturn anything.
Ned Yost has nothing to lose with this particular review. I think he just asked for a review as opposed to a managerial challenge. And they obliged him. Well, we're going to have a decision right here. He's safe. Now the chance for Javi to end it, and the question is, if you're Matson and Perez, obviously on instructions from the dugout, do you pitch to Garcia or do you go after Gordon Beckham, who has not had an at-bat tonight?
Well, here's the answer. Javi, 0 for 4 tonight. Chases a bad pitch.
Well, we saw what happened when Corey Kluber tried a pitch around with first base open. Wound up guiding it into the dirt and throwing a wild pitch. And granted, the man behind the plate was not Salvador Perez, but he can't stop each and every one of them.
Big gap out there in left center field. Jared Dyson way over towards right. And very quickly, the count 0-2. So a big strike zone now for Avi. Well, John Walgren, our producer, tells us that was a challenge. And the Kansas City is out of it. Right here, Avi, come on. Ball, and he gets it. So a good play by Moustakas, and we will go to the 11th.
Right here at Lexus.
Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
The fifth Sox pitcher of the night is Dan Jennings. And he's had great stuff out of the bullpen lately. On for the 8th time. 8 innings of work, the 9 strikeouts, the 5 walks. They came early. Getting out right-handers better than left-handers, but it's going to be lefty, lefty, lefty to face him.
Moustakas, Dyson, and Hosmer. Moustakas 2 for 3. Two runs, 10 hits, 1 error for them. 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors for us. They got the shift on. First pitch strike. That's going foul. High breaking ball. Hammered it to that top end. Chopper. That's a fair ball. Puts it on him. 1 out.
Good job of Jose. He was playing deep at first base, as you would expect. And he came in and made sure that ball couldn't go foul, and then put himself between Moustakas and the bag. He had to go through the big man to get there. And he tags him out. Big first out.
So the corner's in close for the speedster. Jared Dyson. He's been on the plate one time. He struck out. And that was against Zach Duke. Yeah, regardless of what happens here, it's just nice to see Robin have some options coming out.
He's got plenty of them, and they've all been very strong.
Yes. 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 Can't outrun that arm of Alexei. 2 down.
Now, even with a speedster like Dyson going down the line, Alexei knew he had plenty of time. Didn't rush it. Took his time. Got it over there with a good step and a half to spare.
That young man Dyson, I'll tell you, from a baseball standpoint, not from our standpoint, but from a baseball standpoint, when he gets on the base pass, he is fun to watch. He is a game changer.
And particularly effective when they use him as a pinch runner late in the game to steal a base.
That's what I'm talking about.
But he came in here because Kane was thrown out of the game, and he's 0 for 2.
Hosmer takes ball 1. He's 1 for 3. He had a walk, an infield, soft infield hit. Got it out to second. And then Abreu made a real good play on it, taking extra bases away from it. That strike evens counted 1. So if you're just tuning in. Other scores: the Yankees this afternoon beat the Tigers 2-1. Pirates came back and beat the Cubs 5-4 at PNC. It's out of play. Marlins thumped the Phillies 9-1. That's a bang. Mets over the Braves 6-3 in New York. The Braves now going to Philly. Phillies are 5-11. Braves 8-7. Brewers beat the Reds 4-2 at Miller Park. Rockies over the Padres 2-1 in Denver. Jacks it up. Giants beat the Dodgers 3-2 in 10 innings at AT&T. Cardinals over the nasty Nats 4-1 in D.C. And that's right down the third base line. Osmond on his way to second, and he'll get there.
This is a good breaking ball. He goes the opposite way. And Gordon can't knock it down. Might have slowed it up somewhat, allowing Hosmer to move into second base. Now the question for Robin is, Morales, a dangerous switch hitter, and the left-hander Gordon in the on-deck circle.
Yeah, we'll see what he wants to do. Morales, a couple of homers, 11 RBIs. He had the 2 RBIs in the first inning. And they're going to go ahead and put him on. As they put him on, Angels shut out the A's 2-0 at the Big A. Blue Jays up in Canada 7-6 over Baltimore. Blue Jays 9-7 and the Orioles 7-9. And the Rays beat the Red Sox 2-1 in St. Pete. That is all the scores around the major leagues. With the exception of this one, they're all final. So here's Alex Gordon. He's 2 for 4. 2 soft singles, one of them of the infield variety. Two on, 2 out.
Eat in center field, playing Gordon just a couple of steps to pull.
Jacks it up and the count 2-0.
Sox bullpen up and going. With Perez in the on deck circle. Jake Petrichka throwing in the pen. We saw him yesterday in 1 inning, his first appearance of the year.
There's a strike. Right on the outside edge of the outside corner. Pitch.
A high fastball right by him. So now the runners will be going, much to the advantage of the offense, as Jennings has gone full.
Outfield for the most part straight up. And the payoff pitch. Ground ball, get over there. Now Jose's got to race him to the back. He does. Jennings was late getting over there. He was a spectator. Meanwhile, he pitches out of it. And we'll go to the bottom of the 11th, tied at 2. They scored 2 in the first. We scored 1 in the fourth and 1 in the fifth. If you're just tuning in, Chris Sale against Ventura. And of course, back in the 7th inning, we had a problem that I'm sure you'll be seeing a lot more of later on tonight and or tomorrow. Here's the problem. That started and it lasted for a while.
Five players in total ejected.
So here we go. Gordon Beckham to lead us off. Beckham, Ramirez, and Flowers. Going away, ball 1. Ryan Madsen.
Pretty good run at it for Gordon Beckham in the early going.
Big swing just underneath it.
He got one right down the middle. A little something off the normal fastball. It was only 88, but it split the heart of the plate. And Gordon fouled it straight back.
Oh, Gordon, this is the best he's looked in a long time. He has made some sensational plays defensively. Looks like he's got some of his childlike qualities back.
I think he's enjoying his role.
Yeah.
And that is wherever Robin wants to put him defensively and get him a couple at bats.
Yeah, when he first joined us at the University of Georgia, he was just out there having fun playing baseball like a kid. And as time went on, that second year and third year, he started outthinking himself. Good eye.
Look for a second like Sam Holbrook was ready to throw up the right arm. Took another look. And
Sam's had a good game.
Yeah,
he has had a good game behind that dish. You've seen a lot of pitches tonight from a lot of different pitchers. And that's ball 4. So here comes Alexei, looking down Joe McEwing to see what Robin wants to do. Alexei's 1 for 4. Knocked in our first run back in the 4th inning. Now has 9 ribbies.
And their outfield is very deep all the way around. Trying to play their version of a no double set with Moustakas very close to the line at third, but in with the possibility of a bunt.
You got to do one or two things in this situation if you're Madsen, or you either got to go over first real quick or step off real quick, give your corners a chance to see what the hitter's going to do. Big hack, no contact.
It's Franklin Morales for the second time throwing in the pen. He's been a starter at times during the course of his career, but Kansas City thinks he can find a very comfortable home in their bullpen.
Now McEwing is going to make sure there's no Missed sign and nothing lost in the communication. And by the way, Sam Holbrook, home plate umpire, slinging 315 pitches tonight.
Not a big lead by Gordon, but Madsen is just letting him know he's thinking about him.
Well, that's as much for Moustakas as it was for Beckham. Oh, and 2 the count. So that would make you think that Alexei missed the first sign. Come on, Alexei. Good 2-strike hitter, buddy. That ball hit high and deep into right field. Beckham not going to go anywhere. So 1 out.
Tyler's had some very good swings and not a whole lot to show for it. But he's been on a few of the pitches, a couple out a little too quickly.
With the exception of Abreu, he's had as good at bats as anybody in that lineup tonight, just coming up empty. Long look down at McEwing. Pulled a string on him and had him way out in front.
There's a very good chance one way or the other that this is going to be Madsen's last hitter, because Morales is probably out there getting ready for Johnson and Eaton.
Takes a strike now. He's in the big hole. 0-2. Plays off that one well up out of zone. Got him on a bad pitch. 2 down.
Shows you how effective that changeup can be. 12 miles an hour variance between his best fastball and the speed of the change. You're looking for 11 or 12 miles an hour, so a hitter cannot double clutch and still get a piece of it. And he had Tyler well out in front.
Mike is 1 for 4. Got a base hit back in the third. Takes it right there at 93.
Vince Coleman, a little chilly at this point.
Now Mike in the big hole, 0-2.
The situation with a man at first. On a double in the gap, it's not only the arm strength of the outfielder, but you have to worry about the arm strength of whoever's getting the cutoff. And Escobar has a very strong and very accurate arm if this ball is hit to left center field. I think you take your chances and certainly run on Colon if he's going to be the cutoff man.
There he goes. And the pitch out. They got it. So we are still tied at 2 going to 12.
All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
A new pitcher coming into the ball game. It is Jake Petrichkin for the second time in as many days. Good job of Jennings wending his way out of a tough situation in the 11th. And Jake, in his first outing yesterday, right back into the fire here tonight. As we head into the top of the 12th.
Perez, Orlando, and Colon, 7th, 8th, and 9th hitters. Salvador Perez has gone out to center, hit into a 3-6-3 double play, singled into left field, and struck out. Nice play. Nice play.
What a great effort, and Alexi knew that even though Perez doesn't run well, he only had one shot. That's a bare hand throw in the same motion and poured across the diamond. He just barely got him. Took a spectacular effort to get him, and that's exactly what he came up with.
Two of the best shortstops in the game in this ball game tonight. So here is Paulo Orlando from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
He was thinking about laying one down, but took a strike.
Gordon. Good play to get him.
And it really helped that Orlando showed bunt, because Gordon, having to respect the bunt ability, was in close at third. He's in close and charging. Got rid of it in plenty of time and got him. If you're back, you're not going to throw him out on that play.
So 2 quick outs, and here is Christian Colon. 1 for 4. Takes first pitch strike. That's a can of corn. What a nice inning right here for Jake Petrichka. Bottom of the 12th, still tied at 2.
Sixth time, and not many of these relievers have an earned run average. He's 1-0. Been very much a situational left-hander. Just 3 2/3 innings. And he's come on to face Emilio Bonifacio to pinch hit.
Two 11-1 for them. 2-6-0 for us. Way back when, Chris Sale and Ventura started this ball game. And it was Herrera, Frazier, Madsen, and now Morales.
Both starting pitchers went 7 strong. Chris gave up a couple of runs in that first inning and then nothing the rest of the way. And Ventura went 7 innings, gave up the 2 runs on 5 hits with a walk and 8 strikeouts.
Well, we've seen 2 straight performances. Yesterday from Samardzija, today from Chris. Guys, when they really don't have that real good stuff, go out there and they just, with the stones they got, just battle them.
That's what you're expecting from your 1 and 2 starters, and that's exactly what they got. And both times they went up against the opposition's #1 starter in Kluber and Ventura. 2 very well-pitched games. Happy 30th to Emilio. And he would certainly love to score the winning run to punctuate the 30th birthday.
He and Bob Bechtel. There's the strike.
There is a whole lot of room in left center field with the speedster Dyson a couple of steps into right center.
Two and two the count.
That one had the strike zone, but it was an awkward way to frame it by Perez. I think he realized that that one was on him. He's shaking his head. He knows the way he caught that ball, took it out of the zone, and a pitch that was strike three was instead ball three.
So one out.
That one in the zone. Threw it over the outside corner.
Yeah, that's just bad luck for if you're the hitter. You gotta make a pitch like that on 3-2. So here's Adam. He's 0 for 4. Takes first pitch strike. And very quickly, nothing in 2. It's in and out of the upper tank.
Chris Young, a very tall right-hander, listening in the pen.
Cologne's got him. Two out. Here's Melky. 1 for 4, that double and a run scored back in the 5th inning.
Melky for the first time hitting from the right side.
And taking first pitch strike.
It's been Ventura, Herrera for 1, Frazier for 1, Madsen for 2, all right-handers before Morales as they turn around Cabrera.
Ball hit hard but foul.
Moustakas right on the line at third in case Morales wants to throw another slider inside. It's a no double set in the infield.
Abreu on deck. Outfield straight up, really spread out. Good eye. And another full count.
Abreu will most likely be facing Chris Young if he does come to bat.
High and going foul into the seats. .47 degrees as we go here in the bottom of the 12th inning.
Morales was signed as a 16-year-old out of Venezuela. That was with the Colorado Rockies. Periodically during the course of his career, he's been used as a starting pitcher. This Royals team believes that he's much better served coming out of the pen. We've got some very strong right-handers. He gives them some left-handed balance.
Fouls that straight back.
Just missed by Rex Hudler, inhabiting the booth along with Ryan Lefevre. Just to the left of us, that is the television team for the Royals. Ryan, of course, the son of Jim Lefevre, former manager of the Cubs, former Rookie of the Year with the Dodgers.
And once again, the payoff.
Swung at ball 4 as that one was well out of the zone. It was a slider down. And Melky fouled it off his anatomy as you look at a 10-pitch at bat, a battling at bat with many of the pitches out of the zone.
Escobar with that gun. And we're into the 13th. Tied at 2.
At Super.
In the game to play second base. So it's Beckham, Ramirez, Bonifacio, and Abreu around the infield.
Escobar will lead it off for him here in the top of the 13th in this 2-2 tie. He is 0 for 5. First ball, Honey. Tough hop on himself, but he still handles it, controls it, and throws him out. There's Moustakas. 2 for 4 tonight. Takes first pitch strike.
Bonifacio is way out into right field in the shift, with Alexi playing almost a straightaway second base.
Oh, 0-2 the count. hit hard. That was pitch number 353 that Sam Holbrook has seen tonight. Home plate umpire who has had one heck of a ball game behind that plate. That's low and away. So 2-2 to Moustakas. That's in a base hit to left field.
That is 11 opposite field base hits for Moustakas, who had 17 all of last year. So in the 2 spot, and maybe with the maturation process, he's found out there's a lot of base hits the opposite way.
Here's Dyson. Beckham right at the cut of the grass at third.
Moustakas 1 out of 1 in the stolen base department.
Fine shot. Look at Alexei. You got to be kidding me. They can't turn it, but what a beautiful play by Ramirez.
Well, you're not going to get Dyson, but that could have easily been a base hit, skipped under the glove, caused a whole lot of problems for Jake. Hard hit ball, 1-hop rocket, flips it backhand. They do as well as they could possibly do, but Dyson, one of the fastest in the league, and you just can't double him.
Now, Alexei, as we talked about, I said last year, that's the best defensive season I have ever seen a shortstop have, and he's just picking right up again.
Dyson's going to be going sometime in this sequence. He is a premier base stealer.
Here's Hosmer. Throwing over there is not going to do any good. And what you got to do is hold the ball on.
And Dyson had 36 last year, despite only 260 at bats. Many times he was inserted late, and he just came on, stole a base, turned into a Kansas City win. So Rusty Kuntz is talking with him now.
Rusty, one of the real nice guys in the game of baseball, and one of the most loved. Boy, what a play by Alexei. Man.
He's had a couple of good ones tonight.
Oh, he has a couple good ones every day, it seems like.
That play that he charged to get Perez with a bare hand throwing the same motion, that was leading off the 12th inning. That was a dandy. This one might have been a little better.
I got him down for 4 good plays. Dyson now with about a quarter of a step more of a lead. When I say hold the ball on him, that's what it is. The majority of premier base stealers, they don't like that. But there are some who don't like you throwing over there and making them dive back in all the time.
It's got to be a combination of both. Vince Coleman, one of the premier base stealers of his era, said that pitcher who held the ball disrupted his rhythm, and he was the toughest to steal on. Vince will be with the club during the homestands.
One and one to count.
Matt Alberg's loosening in the pen.
Two out. The 1-1 pitch. And it's 1-2.
It looked to me on the last pitch that Dyson got a little bit bigger lead and was looking to see if he could get a jump. I think he figures to be going. He's got a bigger lead this time.
Well, with 2 strikes, it's even hard to throw him out on a pitch out.
Yep. He didn't go, and that wasn't an easy pitch to handle. That was down and in.
There he goes. And there's the base hit. Got to get to it and get it back in. Get it back in. Get it back in. Get it back in. They're going to try it. Here's a throw to the plate. They lead it 3-2.
There's a graphic example of what speed can do. They waited for what turned out to be the perfect pitch. Hosmer gets a fastball that drifts right over the middle of the plate. And they cannot get it back in time. Dyson just flies by him. And he's off to the races. He takes one look. And now you're picking up your coach. And now he is going with everything he's got.
Kendrys Morales takes a strike. He's 1 for 4. He knocked in 2 runs in the first inning. If you're just tuning in, we've had a couple of chances to pick up some runs, but no dice. Stranded 2 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 10th.
And to win this game, the offense is going to have to get by Wade Davis. That ball foul. Not by much, but enough. And there's a look at the man who is making the transition from an absolutely lockdown setup man to Greg Holland, now to the man. The man who's called on until Holland comes back to nail him down.
Well, we got some guys coming up that can do some damage. Abreu, LaRoche, Garcia. Chopper. But they get on the board. We'll go to the bottom of the 13th, trailing 3-2.
Davis on for the 8th time. He doesn't have an earned run average. That's not special on that bullpen. Nobody seems to have one, but he is 3 for 3 in save situations. Giving up just 1 hit in 7 innings, striking out 8, walking just 1. Left-handers have not had a hit off him this year. Last year, he went toward the end of July before he gave up his first extra base hit and went the entire season without giving up a home run. So a tall task to come back, but he's got to get by Abreu leading off the inning.
Abreu is 2 for 3, a double. That's knocked in a run back in the 5th. A hard single. He also was intentionally walked, and he also was hit by a pitch. Hit hard.
Somewhat hard to believe that in 71 appearances last year, the 9-2 record is one thing, but a 1-point ERA in 72 innings of work. He fanned 109.
So here is the first pitch to Jose upstairs, ball 1. Yeah, it just goes to show you how sometimes the mind is such a vulnerable and frail thing. You get guys who have trouble starting. All of a sudden you put them in a position they're comfortable in. Poof.
Well,
they reach their potential.
Well, he has an opportunity because he's only going to face guys one time to reach back and get whatever he's got, which is a lot.
That ball just missed it. High pop-up. And that's out number 1. Well, that's part of being comfortable. Hitters are the same way. Some guys, you can't play them every day. Some guys, you
get that bench me or trade me ultimatum. Occasionally you'll hear that. Don't overexpose me. I want to stay around for a few years.
That's right. You play them occasionally. They're very good players. Helps the team. As here's Adam. Adam 1 for 5.
Well, for a second time in as many years, Kansas City took a starter that was struggling and made him a supreme pensman. It was Luke Hochevar 2 years ago. Last year it was Wade Davis. Hochevar will be back. He's in AAA on a rehab. They have no timetable. They don't want to rush him back. He's thrown every bit as hard as he did when he had the huge year 2 years ago before missing a year. And sometimes, if you're not having any luck as a starter and you have a big arm, the pen in 1 inning at a time is a way to get it done. Just foul.
Just foul is right. Adam looking at Tim Timmons like it was fair.
Timmons right on the line, and it was foul. Good call.
Just foul. Just a severe shift. A severe shift. Two down.
Davis has thrown 95 with good movement.
Good rip by Avi. 0-2 the count. Hanging one right here. Wade. Outfield around to the right. Huge gap in left center. And there's a base hit.
Nice job of keeping it alive. Normally, this would have had a chance to be a two-base hit. But Orlando was over toward the line, got to it quickly. Javi couldn't even think about trying to go to second base.
So here's Gordon. Simpson looking down at Joe McEwen.
He's giving him the hit a home run sign.
I hope Gordon saw it. That's high into center field. When this ball comes down, this ball game will be over. So 13 innings. They scored 2 in the first, 1 in the 13th. And we just saw some real good pitching out there tonight.
It was a situation after 7 where both starters went 7, turned it over to the bullpen, and who would blink first? And unfortunately, Sox, after a battle, succumbed to the Royals for the 4th time in a row.
All right, our player of the game is Eric Hosmer. So for my partner Steve Stone, our director Jim Angio, our producer John Walgren, our associate producer Chris Campkin, our technical manager Mark Harper. Also for the Mayor Mean Joe Groove and the executive producer Jim Farno Jr. This is the Hawk. So long, everybody. Coming up next, Subaru Postgame Live with Jen and Bill. You've been watching White Sox baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.